$67 million of approvals for the year. The first item is part of a reliability improvement, that is trussing wood poles in the amount of $7 million. This is a 2-year contract with an option of 3 annual renewals with Osmos Utilities. What you'll see in the picture there is, instead of replacing a wood pole, we will put a steel truss around the base of the pole. That truss goes down into the earth, provides an additional hedge of resiliency and strength for that pole. So the pole typically has some life left in it, but rather than replacing the pole for a $7,500 cost, you spend $750 and truss it, and you get another 20 years of life out of that pole. So it helps with our reliability. We'll be doing just under 10,000 poles with this contract. The next item is for fiber optic material in the amount of $352,000. This is a one-time purchase. We use fiber optics in our 65 substations to communicate between the parts inside the substation and our control room so that they have real-time visibility of what's happening. And these are the parts that are necessary to make that fiber optic system work, to repair and replace, and also for new installations that we have in our substations. The next is battery racks and chargers in the amount of $2,500,000. This is a 5-year contract with the option of several extensions. You'll see that the picture on the upper right is what one of these battery installations looks like in a substation. We have equipment in the substations that runs off of direct current power, which is battery power, rather than alternating current, which is the power you get out of the wall. And so we're buying enough batteries here, as well as battery chargers, for 25 of our 65 substations. This is a recurring purchase that we make periodically to replace these batteries. They do wear out after a time. And so this keeps our substations and the communications working as they are supposed to. The next is our large contract, and that is $112 million over 5 years with 2 one-year extensions. This is for power transformers. These are those very long lead items that we talk about. They are the critical component that bring high voltage power that we get from TVA and or our own transmission system and bring it down to distribution level power. This $112 million is enough for us to purchase 45 power transformers. You may ask, what will we use 45 power transformers for? The first thing is in our renewal and replacement of infrastructure to bring the age down, we're replacing about 2 of these per year. This is enough for us with those extensions to purchase 14 of those for our replacements. It's also enough for us to expand our substations, bringing them from one level of performance to the next level, so increased capacity of the substation by adding a transformer and some circuit breakers. And then it's also part of our long-range system expansion program. You'll know that we just opened Substation 83 by Collierville. That called for 2 transformers. We have Substation 29 out by Bartlett that will be expanded. And so this is enough for us to build out our planned expansion of the system, to replace all the parts that we have, and to have a couple of spares remaining as well. And these are very long lead items, 2 to 3 years at least. Next is aerial patrol of our gas transmission right-of-way. This is part of our regulatory requirement for us to patrol our natural gas transmission infrastructure, to make sure that there's nothing that would encroach on that, to make sure there's no erosion that would undercut our pipelines. The bottom line is, in order to be in compliance, we have to do this aerial inspection. The next is utility landscaping. We see these contracts periodically. This is for our gas infrastructure, where we pay someone to make sure that they are mowing the grass, keeping the weeds at bay. In other words, keeping our property in good shape for our customers, to keep kind of vector control under control and a good-looking infrastructure. Next is MLGW Utility Payment Centers in the amount of $250,338. This is a renewal with First Tech Corporation. And in addition to our community offices, there are 200 locations around the Memphis area where people can make a payment. This $250,000 allows these pay agents to they typically process more than 400,000 payments by our customers each and every year. So what this results in is about 60 cents per transaction that we're paying for the convenience of our customers, so that they can pay a bill where it's convenient for them. The next is 1-ton service trucks in the amount of $364,000. We have presented you our annual plan and our 5-year plan for replacing our rolling stock. This year, we have 29 vehicles of the 1-ton variety that we are replacing. This purchase gives us 5 of those. We've already purchased a number of those throughout the year. We're coming close to concluding our purchase of 1-ton trucks this year. But that's what this is for, 5 of those 1-ton trucks. We're asking you today to approve an annual salary of $127,279.80 for the supervisor of internal audit. In addition to all of the regulatory controls, we have internal auditors who do all of our functions. They do everything from overtime audits to internal process audits to making sure that we have inventory control. Just like the city of Memphis has an internal auditor, that's what this organization does. And we have a vacancy that we need to fill, so we're asking for your approval so we can extend an offer to an individual. Next is workers' compensation stop loss in the amount of $60,000. This is a ratification, a 1-year extension to take us through 2026. This is stop loss insurance. This is part of our normal operating protocol to make sure that we have sufficient coverage through our workers' compensation program. And subject to your questions, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that. So I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has joined us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
And we have Councilman Warren in the queue. Councilman, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wonder, are these wood pole trusses, will they make it less likely for these things to be knocked down by cars? They will help us a little bit there.
Yes, I don't have the science behind that, but we asked the very same question. Clearly, that they're above ground 5 to 6 feet, right, Alonzo or Quentin? 5 to 6 feet. So they're less likely to be sheared off because those trusses also go down below the ground about 7 or 8 feet. So it's like hitting a steel pole there. So it's less likely that they'll be knocked down, less likely they'll be sheared off, and also more resilient in the face of high wind efforts as well.
I guess my next question is, if they're not sheared off, does that mean people hitting them are going to be in worse shape in their car?
Well, I tend to doubt that, Councilman. We have a lot of
pole can land on the car and
sure,
kill them, right?
We have a lot of concrete poles and we have a lot of steel poles out there as well. So this is going to be a little less impactful than the steel poles we have. If you've driven down Poplar Avenue, you've seen the very large steel poles that are right there next to Methodist Le Bonheur. Those are very large. They've been struck a number of times, and those poles don't go anywhere. The car typically suffers. Where the poles are close to the street, typically the speed limit is 35 or 45 miles an hour. So I understand that is a cause for concern, but at the end of the day, this does provide better protection for the infrastructure.
And one other question, thank you. On the power transformers.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at purchasing 45 of them.
Yes, sir.
And I guess the question is, how many of these are going to be necessary for the AI that's coming in here for us to be able to do that? How many of these are actually going there? Because you mentioned you were doing replacements of the places.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to Collierville. What's going into XAI?
Yeah, none of these are going to XAI. So they have purchased and they have
purchased their own transformers.
The infrastructure that was necessary was all purchased and constructed by them on behalf of MLGW, and that will get deeded back to MLGW.
That's a pretty good
the
deal.
Colossus 2 that is located down in Mississippi, there will be no transformers required right now that we know of on our side of the house. So again, it would be the same thing. If they need that infrastructure, they will have to pay for it and bring it over to us. This is all for substation 29 out in Bartlett, the additional expansion of the substation out in Arlington, substations that we have planned to expand where we have 2 transformers, we'll go to 3. Again, we have 65 transformers that have nothing to, or 65 substations that have nothing to do with the installation of XAI.
How many total transformers do we have now?
Quentin, about 150 of these. About 150 of these. One of the goals.
So every 25 years they're all replaced? Is that how it works?
They're supposed to be 30 to 40 year assets.
Okay.
We have some transformers that are upwards of 80 years old.
80?
And we had some. We're replacing those and bringing the average. We're trying to bring our average age under 30 years of all of our infrastructures, transformers and circuit breakers, because when you reach that point, think just like you're If you had a 30-year-old water heater, it's prone to fail on you and catastrophically. Same with this electrical infrastructure. So this is part of our deliberate renewal and replacement program that we briefed to you several years ago.
Yeah, so just looking at the basic math, this is a 5-year plan, and you're doing about a third of them. So
Yes,
it's
sir.
15 years, we should be replacing them every 15 to 20 years is what
Once
it looks like we're doing now. Is
I
that-
think once we get up on the schedule, we
Mhm.
will not have to replace them that frequently, but we were a little behind, when the average age gets up. So we are accelerating, just like we did with the tree trimming. We
Okay,
accelerated
so we're
that out.
accelerating this with the idea that once we get caught up,
We want to maintain that
Okay.
30 to 40-year age for
so
transformers.
then
and-
we'll be trying to do it every 30 years.
And then we'll be asking for expansion as we need to. So if a substation needs another transformer to serve a load, let's say there's a very large growth in one of our neighborhoods, the North Memphis neighborhood, if Firestone ever gets developed into something and needs a lot more power, substation 2 that's in that area, we may have to improve that and add another transformer, growth of other communities. So in addition to our planned growth that we have.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Madam Chair.
If there are no other questions,
Councilwoman, may I say one thing?
Sure.
Please? You'll note on your table, there is a postcard in front of you that has some infrastructure and a drone. MLGW is in the neighborhoods. We had completed Orange Mound neighborhood, and we're now in the Castalia Heights neighborhood. We mailed this out last week so that customers know. People get nervous sometimes when they see drones flying in their backyard and wonder what's happening. This is all about inspecting those lines. In the picture we have, there's exactly what it's doing. The poles, the lines, the circuit breakers, the transformers, to make sure that they can detect any defects that we might have to repair.
How much are you finding?
We find a lot. This is in preparation. In Orange Mountain, we did 12,000 poles. We did 12,000 poles. We found about 3,000 maintenances. And this is one of those AI and machine learning things. We take the images and we run it through a machine learning and AI tool, and it detects the defects that we may not be able to detect. The other thing is, you may have to climb the pole to see this. Think about the time savings and crew savings where this drone detects those things for us and we can get that maintenance performed. So this is just to let folks know this is MLGW. The crews will have an MLGW tag. The trucks will have an MLGW logo. And this is just their notice that we will be in your neighborhood doing this inspection, and that's what these drones are for.
thank you for that. So now I have a comment. You want to go next, Councilwoman? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, President McGowan. I just wanted to make sure if we need to get some information to put on our website for our districts to let them know that this is coming, that will be very helpful.
We are sending this to you electronically.
It's
so you
already
can-
started.
So you can post it to you on
Okay,
your
so
website.
I'll make sure.
And you can send it
Perfect.
out. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Perfect. We wanna
Yeah,
close
so,
every gap we can.
You betcha.
Thank you.
so I'd like to let the record show that Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman White have joined us. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad that you brought this up because these people actually live in Glenview, but they are close to Lamar and South Parkway. And I was waiting on an address, and that's why I hadn't reached out. But yeah, they were talking about the drones. So now I'll be glad to share what was going on. So thank you for this.
And we've had some people say, I think people are worried about is looking in their window. No, the cameras are all aimed at the infrastructure. That's the only thing we care about is the infrastructure on the poles. So, we have a limited time to go do the inventory and a limited, we got to get through there quickly so we can begin identifying any failures. And that's what this is all about.
Did you say aimed? So they could be aimed at the windows.
So they're only aimed at the infrastructure. So they're actually controlled by the guys on the ground and programmed to fly down there. And they have how many specific images of each pole? 12 or so? About 12 specific images. So the drone has to go to a specific point around the pole to take the pictures. And so we don't have time for it to do anything other than what it's programmed to do.
Okay, very good. Are there any more questions before this committee? We are adjourned.
Thank you all. Good morning.
Morning, everybody. Today is October 7th. It is 10 a.m., and I hereby call the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Golden, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Chair Green.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Thank you. I observe a quorum. We have one item today on the agenda. It is an update on the Sheraton Hotel from the administration, District 7, Super District 8, requested by myself and Vice Chair Swearingen Washington. Who from the administration is going to speak on this item? Oh, you come up here and speak into the mic, please. You'll have to pull it closer to you and state your name and title for the record.
April Bostic, Assistant City Attorney.
Okay, you can proceed with the report.
Right. What I have to share today is that the purchase and sale agreement was executed on October the 2nd, and the closing date has been scheduled for November the 5th.
So October 2nd was last week, and what was the date you said, November?
November 5th is when the closing is scheduled to take place.
Yes, and is that your full report?
Yes.
Chief, you're here. Is there anything you want to add? You just like hanging out with us?
Just love hanging out.
I appreciate that report, and I appreciate you bringing it to us. I know that there was some information that was in the Daily Memphian, and I say this to both of you just to take back to the administration. I understand we may have to have other conversations that require an attorney-client meeting, but when we schedule something a month out for the public, we don't just talk to the press. No offense, Sam, I see you back there. But and Sophie, you wrote the article, right? We also come and report to this committee to see if there are questions, because as an attorney, I appreciate the job that you are doing to protect the interest of the administration, but it is our job to do something different, which is to have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers for that $30 million on the Sheraton deal that we were told would be done, no later than December, January of last year. And we're getting really close if we actually get finalized in November for it being a full year without actually closing this deal. So I appreciate your report. And do any of my colleagues have questions? Yes, Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Glad to hear that November 5th is the closing date. Am
Yes,
I
ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
And in that process of getting close to that, what I would like to request, and I've heard from the public as well, as this deal being taxpayers' dollars and the bonds and everything that has gone forward. Before we sign off on everything, we would like to know, the public is demanding to know who to identify the board members who would be on this if possible.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think the nonprofit name has already been identified. And the IRS 990, please. And they also want to know, is there a credible operator or pass-through entity as well? And will the nonprofit take on the debt of the 42 million? So these are just things the community and have been asking, and me meeting with them and talking with them, because this is such a huge deal. And so those are, and is there a lease back provision? Or is there a private hotel chain waiting in the wings somewhere? And so those are a few things that the community is asking, and who I've met with, who've emailed me, and just some concerns, because this is such a huge deal. And we want to make sure that when we do it right.
I understand your concerns, Councilwoman. Chief Gibson is willing to extend the opportunity to answer any questions that you have during a closed session.
I appreciate you. Thank you so kindly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, and I appreciate that. And
Thank
again,
you.
if it is privileged information, we will keep it an attorney-client. But I think the things that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has asked for would be readily available to the public when the lease is signed and closed. So we will come back in a month. In the meantime, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, I will have Ms. Golden get with your assistant so we can get a list of your questions.
Thank you.
And we'll submit those to the administration so that we can get the answers back in writing. But again, I say this as somebody who has now, I think all of us lived through the experience of XAI and has watched what has happened in Nashville with their tunnel. When million-dollar deals go down behind closed doors without the public or the press present, it creates problems, unnecessary problems. And so we are trying to have this discussion in the open. Perhaps it is my fault that I did not have us coming back every month after we signed this agreement, but I gave the administration grace in trying to get it done and checked in offline. We got to a point where we were 6 months past when we said we would do it. We were 8 months past when we were going to do it. Now we're 10 months, pushing 11 months. So we're no longer going to be continuing to have offline conversations. I appreciate and understand attorney-client privilege. I am an attorney, but not everything about every deal has to take place behind closed doors. This is $30 million for this one deal. Chief Person, you're here. How much have we, can you come up, please? And can you tell us how much we've already paid in debt service on this?
Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. We paid over $4 million. I think if you recall what Deputy Chief Walker, my deputy CFO, had shared, we pay it twice a year, so we're over $4 million right now.
When is our next payment due?
It'll be at the end of this month.
At the end of this month. So before this actually gets signed, we will have paid $8 million for a hotel that we don't officially own yet. So that's where I'm just trying to do my job up here. And my job up here is to be a good steward of the taxpayers' money. And it is nothing against the administration or Chief Gibson. I love her dearly and think she does a fantastic job. We just have different jobs and different roles. My role is to make sure that we're doing these deals in the public sphere, because when we don't, we get a lot of problems and pushback from the community. So I appreciate all of those questions. We will make sure we get them answered in a public forum. I want to note that Vice Chair Swearingen Washington has joined us, and I also have Councilwoman Walker in the queue.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Thank you for coming today. I just had a simple question. What you stated earlier about the 2 dates and what was happening, can you just repeat that again for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The purchase sale agreement was executed on October 2nd, and the closing is scheduled to happen on November the 5th.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Are there other council members who have questions in the queue? Checking, no, okay. With that, I will reset this item to the first meeting in November, which I'm not sure of the exact date at this moment. November 4th. So we'll come back. Actually, can we push it to the second one so that we're past your November 5th date? And then that way, everything should be signed and done and completed, and we can have a great big party and hold hands and sing Kumbaya. But if we come back on that day, and when we come back on that day, I want to make sure that we do have all of Councilwoman Cooper Sutton's questions answered as well. Okay? All right, with that, we are adjourned.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford Singer. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chairman Canali.
Here.
Councilwoman Green. And Chair White.
Present. Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. The first item in our committee is a presentation from the Memphis Police Department providing a monthly crime update from January to date. All council districts requested by the Public Safety Committee. Who do we have here to present this morning? And good morning, you all. How are you all doing? Good. It's good to see your faces.
Good to be seen. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Assistant Chief Kula, 170 North Main.
Webb Kirkdoffer, 170 North Main.
DC Oakley, 170 North Main.
Chief, you may proceed.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to come before you once again just to provide a crime update from January 1 to the 1st of October. This morning's presentation will encompass just that, a crime update, also an update on recruitment for the City of Memphis Police Department, and we do have a bit of an update on the Memphis Safe Task Force as well. And so starting, I'll let you scroll for me. Beginning our overall historic, we have a historic crime reduction in the City of Memphis. The Memphis Police Department started this year with a clear, holistic approach to reducing violent crime, addressing gang activity, and holding the city's most dangerous individuals accountable. These focused strategies have brought violent crime to historic lows in our city. Next slide. As you can see, this is a 3-year comparison. This bar chart really illuminates where our city has moved to over the last 10 months as we are into October now. This is a 3-year comparison, and it proves that focused strategies, technology, and collaboration are making a measurable difference in our communities. Anybody have any questions about this particular slide? Okay, wonderful. That's what we said too. Thank you. Next slide. So some of the current crime trends across Memphis, every major crime category is down. As you can see, murders are down, aggravated assaults are down, sexual assaults, robberies, burglaries, larceny, and motor vehicle thefts. We still feel like we have a lot of work to do with even our larcenies, because our larcenies are really encompassing like shoplifting. A lot of shoplifting in the city, a lot of property that's still going on, which is somewhat hard to tackle sometimes, especially with retail crime. But we're working with retail establishments to try to get them to partner with us, especially on repeat offenders, those individuals that continue to go in the same retail stores on a daily basis and committing misdemeanor crimes. So we're still working on that. We have business awareness forums that help us to bring various business owners, whether small businesses or businesses like Dollar General, Walgreens, and some of the stores that we see on a regular basis that have property crimes. Also, we're working to get our aggravated assaults down too. Even though we've seen progress, shootings or any type of violent crime is always a concern in the city, and we're also seeing that many of these incidents involve domestic violence as well. So we also have a domestic violence initiative that I'll talk a little bit about as we move forward. Okay, next slide. This is just an illustration of where your districts are compared to the various precincts. This one was updated a little bit because we had some beat realignment, but hopefully it helps you to see that your districts, some of you sort of overlap 2 precincts, and give you a better idea of how the geographical footprint, our residences and our businesses fall within these various districts. Next slide. And citywide crime declines. As you can see, the different 9 precincts that have experienced declines, some of them quite significant. 18% in Austin P, 27% in Rain Station, 30% in Mount Moriah. Crump Station is 18%, Tillman Station is 17%, North Main Station, 20% down, Airway Station, 20%, Appling Farms, 21%, and Ridgeway Station is 35% down in crime. So the aggravated assault initiative that we initiated, it identifies the city's most prolific repeat offenders of gun violence. Identified individuals are reviewed for criminal history, pending cases, bond status, probation or parole, gang involvement, and active warrants. This initiative is led by one of our attorneys, Forrest Edwards, who monitors various types of criminal cases and ensures that there is some coordination with the DA's office and what should happen with that particular case, especially individuals that are repeat offenders. And we've talked about this, in previous months. How do we close that gap and reduce crime by having a more focused initiative or a focused approach to those individuals committing crime the most? So adding our attorney onto our team who used to work in the DA's office, that has been a huge support in ensuring that our cases are getting the attention that they need. So this initiative was led by Forrest Edwards, and they've researched and responded to 103 alerts as a result of this initiative, which means that 103 individuals fell under some of this criteria that said we need to do something different in this particular instance. Next slide. So the domestic violence prolific offender, and I mentioned earlier that we've seen an uptick in domestic violence, and since its launch in January 2025, the Domestic Violence Prolific Offender Initiative has identified over 60 repeat offenders. Currently, 18 of these individuals are in custody, including 3 of the top 5 most prolific offenders. When we say prolific offenders, we're not talking about 2 or 3, we're talking about individuals that may have committed up to 15, 20 domestic violence types of cases and continue in that behavior. And through this strategic effort, MPD is working to protect victims and prevent repeat offenses. Year to date, aggravated assault, domestic violence incidents have decreased by 10%, and we're working to try to reduce it even more. Forrest Edwards is also leading this particular initiative as well.
Before you go to the next slide,
Yes.
Chief Davis, Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, about the other slide.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask a question about the repeat offenders. Whose responsibility is it to keep the repeat offenders from not being in society? Is it the DA, is it the judges, the magistrates? What is it?
It's really a combination of everybody, to pay attention to the cases. It's our responsibility to make sure that we present cases that don't just shed light on what this incident is, but to also shed light on the person's previous history. What types of incidents have this person been involved in the past? And that helps the DA's office to make decisions about, taking cases for indictment and presenting it in a way to show that this individual is someone who has proven that there are several victims because of this person's behavior. We've seen, great success in having someone on our team to help package and help have that relationship with the DA's office to push for prosecutions, especially in violent repeat offenders. Those are the individuals that, we are working to get off the streets and not to place them back, especially in domestic violence kind of situations where you're putting an individual back in a home where a person is intimidated, and sometimes you don't get the level of testimony that you want from the victim. We have to work double hard to try to present the case that this is an individual that will place harm on a family or a particular individual. So it's the responsibility of everybody to really look at the totality of what we're dealing with and not just that one incident.
Would it be possible to have one or two people, and that would be their sole responsibility of making sure that the history of
Is
those
presented.
Yes, that they
Yes.
have the information, the DA, the lawyers, or whoever, to have someone to just let that be their responsibility.
And I
to
think
make
that's what we're doing, council member, through that domestic violence prolific offender and the aggravated assault prolific offender initiative. That person is our attorney who's looking at these cases. And to your point, it's important that we have somebody who can help make the case that we don't need to see this individual go back into the community and really give the kind of information that the court system needs to make the appropriate decision.
Well, let us know what we can do as a council to make sure that that happens. That you all have
Absolutely.
the support that you need.
Absolutely. And council did, well, I don't think it was council, now that I think about it, it was our Violent Crime Intervention Fund grant. It gave us the ability to hire 4 victim witness specialists and a supervisor, an additional supervisor. And what we wanted these victim witness individuals to work on is to work very closely with the families, because sometimes families who we need testimony from don't feel comfortable alone walking through, that process without having the type of support, someone to give them information, someone to inform them about all of the benefits that the state has for victims of domestic violence, what type of housing is available, helping them to have an out. And the reason I'm talking about this so much is because we've seen so much increase in it. And a lot of the problem is that we didn't have a solidified sort of system and process to help individuals get out of those situations so that we won't have repeat types of incidents. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Mm-hmm. And so moving on to the next slide, just a little bit about the Downtown Command Center. The network of over 309 downtown cameras are monitored 24/7 at the Downtown Command Center and play a vital role in enhancing public safety and crime prevention in the downtown area. The Downtown Command Center is staffed with personnel who conduct real-time surveillance of downtown area, providing patrol officers with immediate access to vital information. Personnel at the Command Center monitor multiple feeds, simultaneously enabling them to detect suspicious activities and coordinate swift responses to incidents in that downtown space. Right now, the center is staffed with a DMC employee, retired MPD officers, and a current active lieutenant whose image is there, Lieutenant Waller, who's done a phenomenal job. Next slide. This slide really just sort of illustrates the footprint, protecting the heart of the city. Since its April 24th grand opening, the Downtown Command Center has conducted hundreds of daily patrols, monitoring events, crowds, and downtown activity. The Downtown Command Center supports enforcement across a range of incidents, including reckless driving, aggravated assaults, armed parties, and motor vehicle thefts, helping keep downtown stronger and safer for everyone. It's just a picture of 901 Day. Every time I look at that picture, it makes me nervous. But it was a lot of people. But the Downtown Command Center had eyes on the crowd during the event, was able to identify where there may have been disturbances with police officers. If you can imagine, police officers sometimes can't see what's going on in the middle of a crowd that size. The Downtown Command Center individuals were able to monitor and dispatch individuals, not just when there was disturbances or anything that may have budded as a result, but also any type of medical response. If a person was distressed, it's hard to see where that person is and how to get to them. And the command center put eyes in places that we really needed to be able to respond quickly and ensure that that was a safe event. And of course, 4 hours after the event, Of course, we had an incident downtown, but overall, we think that the cameras that were in place help us to manage 17,000 plus people during that recreational event. Next slide. Yes. Different. I think we could, yeah. Okay. Okay. Once I get done with it, please load the other one, just so I have it. Sure. Okay, thank you. And so the Downtown Command Center, thank you, excuse me. The Downtown Command Center has had several significant interventions with different criminal activity. This is just an example of a few. Suspect arrested after stealing a vehicle that was captured on the video. We were able to catch that suspect. Armed party arrested with a firearm and switch and an extended magazine on the weapon. We were able to capture those individuals. Homicide suspect was identified and arrested after recklessly driving near the Beale Street corridor. Those officers and employees in the command center have also intercepted drug deals in the downtown area, going down and been able to intercept in the middle of them because, quite frankly, those suspects didn't know they were being watched. Other types of incidents where maybe a visitor was being physically antagonized by, an individual or a person that may have been residentially challenged. I'm going to say that. And sometimes those aggressive types of situations call for MPD to sort of intercept and help that individual get out of a situation. But the cameras have had several hundreds of opportunities for us to call officers to intercept before something was escalated to the next level. And then a Sentinel update. The Sentinel camera project continues to move forward as part of our ongoing effort to enhance safety and visibility across the city. Currently, 25 camera locations are pending approval by MLG&W, while 32 have been approved and are ready for vendor installation. 5 locations are already complete, marking steady progress towards expanding our network of surveillance technology to help deter crime and support investigations citywide. Next slide. So our focus strategies are making a measurable difference in reducing violent crime and keeping Memphis stronger and safer. Some of our focus strategies, and we've talked about them just briefly. I'll give you a little bit of an update. Operation Code Zero is still in effect. Code Zero is a focused operation led by Memphis Police Department's Uniform Patrol Division. So far this year, the MPD has conducted 28 Code Zero operations. Code Zero increases police presence in areas experiencing high levels of crime and connects individuals at risk of reoffending with supportive services, and that's speaking to our group violence intervention program as well. The MPD Fugitive Unit, our Fugitive Unit is dedicated to locating and apprehending violent offenders with active warrants. This year alone, they've made over 1,200 arrests and cleared more than 1,400 warrants out of the system. And Operation Rolling Thunder, we talked a little bit about that a few months ago. Through this initiative, MPD removed wanted fugitives, gang members, and other violent offenders from our streets. The results, 370 arrests, 92 documented gang members, nearly 60 firearms recovered, 170 grams of fentanyl and other illegal drugs seized, and more than $140,000 in cash was confiscated during that. I think it was a 60-day operation. Operation Crime. This operation was a federal collaborative, and it was held this summer in the month of June. This was the sort of the precursor to the Memphis Safe Task Force initiative, structured a little bit differently. Our Operation Crime brought together the Memphis Police Department and our federal partners in a unified mission to apprehend violent offenders throughout the city. MPD dedicated 90 officers from the organized crime unit and uniform patrol teams to this effort, resulting in the arrest of 330 criminals. This collaboration highlights the strength of teamwork and our continued commitment to making Memphis stronger and safer. And then we've done a little work in the area of traffic. Of course, we all know that traffic has been an issue in our city. Traffic fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, and the work to calm our roads and calm our traffic is ongoing and requires constant sort of reevaluating. This particular mission or initiative through our traffic division is entitled Your Safety is Our Destination. Started in September 20th, and went to October 4th. Over a 2-week operation, MPD issued 1,800 traffic citations for speeding, reckless driving, drive-out tags, and impaired driving, because safer roads lead to safer communities. And then before I move on to the recruitment update, did anybody have any questions about any of the previous slides dealing with our crime initiatives?
Yeah, we have a couple of council members in the queue.
Okay.
Councilwoman Logan, you recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation and for all of you for being here. We have a lot going on in our city, and we appreciate the update. I had a few questions, and I know you had mentioned that you were going to talk about the safe.
That's going to be right
coming.
after this.
I wanted to see if she's going to touch on some of it, so I can circle back.
Okay.
Because some of the questions may.
And I will.
Okay.
Okay. Councilman Warren, do you have a question regarding what's already been presented?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we've got this reduction in crime, which, you know, everyone is really pleased with. I guess my question is, and what, you know, I think people are feeling, is how does that crime rate that's been reduced relate to other communities' crime rates? Are we still higher than other communities? And is that what people are feeling? Or are we just being bombarded with it leads every night on TV? I mean, where are we as a community compared to other cities now that we've lowered our crime rate where we've got it? What does that crime rate look like compared to, you know, Charlotte, compared to
other cities?
To other cities.
I think we're moving in a place where we can compare ourselves to other cities, because other cities have had lower crime rates too. Some of them have had some upticks, but some of our other cities have had lower crime rates. Sometimes we talk about, you know, DC and the other cities we've seen in the news lately. They've had lower crime rates. New Orleans have had lower crime rates.
And this is all before any task force got here, right?
Absolutely.
So I think people should realize that.
Absolutely. And we've seen, you know, these numbers moving for months now. We've seen the plan, the strategic plan that we put in place and work with our leadership to really be laser focused and customize the approach for the different precincts. But to get to your question, we feel the difference as a police department. You know, we absolutely feel the difference. The chaos, the running from one call to the next, you know, that's just an everyday natural kind of change for our officers. We still have, you know, a large call volume, but the composition of the call volume is different. Not as many aggravated assaults, not as many homicides, you know, and that's reflective in the numbers. Our community members I believe, are feeling different. They tell me, I don't know if they talk to you all, but you're right. Sometimes you see it in the news. If there's one thing that happened, you're going to see that one thing maybe 5 days in the news. I'm just saying, it's the truth. But it gives the impression that there's more than just that one thing that's happening. And I think sometimes what our community members see, you know, is a reality for them. But not near as many vehicle thefts. We're almost 50% down in vehicle thefts. People were feeling vehicles being stolen. People were feeling cars being broken into. It's not saying that that has gone away, but we're not driving in the parking lots and seeing glass on the ground as much as we were, several months ago. And I think
Is that because the people who've been doing this have been arrested, or is it because they realize they might get arrested and they stop?
I think it's a combination of both. I think there has been, a concerted effort to have, messaging out there that we're out there, and it's not just the Memphis Police Department. We've got more state officials, in our city, which I think has really helped that level of visibility as well. Our Tennessee Highway Patrol, we've talked about that for a few years now. But just in general, I think the message is getting out, and we are having more success with our cases, especially with violent crime cases and repeat offender cases.
So they're being put in jail and kept in jail and being convicted is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I guess the other question I have is, with the great big beautiful bill and the reduction in the amount of money that's going to group violence intervention programs, such as our GVIP program, are we trying to make sure as this task force comes in, we get some of that money to keep our program running?
Well, I'm not sure what the task force is going to provide for us, but, funding.
Is that an ask?
Absolutely. Funding is an ask on our behalf, not just for those other, programs that augment public safety, but just the operation itself is costly. And so we have made asks for federal reimbursement for, the dollars that we are spending towards supporting this operation.
I think as we move forward with this, group of federal officials and National Guard that come into our city to help us, I know they're coming with money, and I know one of the things we're trying to do is help direct those funds in areas that we need. So I think letting the community know how those funds are going into programs we already have functioning that are being very successful will make this a much better program as far as our citizens are concerned, and also make them feel better to know that it's a local group that is still leading the charge and making this happen here. So I don't know how you can do that, but getting that word out that we've been asking for that, and when it occurs, thanking them for allowing it to happen and giving us that money.
Absolutely. Well, and funding has been part of the conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan wanted us to go ahead and circle back to her and follow up by that. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you'll be recognized directly following Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, you made a comment about, a couple of things. I'll just deal with District 1. And I know we have some things going on downtown, so I'm concerned about the areas, the different communities in our district. Fraser, Raleigh, even now Cordova. We're not seeing, like we used to see, the homicides and things but we are still seeing some horrific activity in the community, particularly Fraser, then it'll go to South Memphis, then you'll see it back, out there. And I'll get calls or get pictures, or, the neighbors are saying, hey, there were 60 shots fired this morning in my community. And I do understand that the crime is going down. However, there are some areas where it is still almost like a war zone. And though we didn't ask for the task force to come, I want to make certain that in the communities that we are going to be using them to help with these areas. From looking at it, it looks as though the problem that we had with those offenders being locked up, you all capture them, you take them and drop them off the court, and they come right back. That has been a problem, but it looks like that is subsiding.
It's slowing down.
That's slowing down.
It is.
And so with the support that's coming, how are we going to be able to help in those areas in the districts with this back and forth, because bullets don't have a name,
No,
and
they
if
don't.
they're shooting up a house, I'm getting a call that I actually got a couple of calls a couple of weeks ago that the house next door is getting shot up. They came back the next night, things like that. And then in Cordova, I got calls that they are breaking in cars and breaking in houses and things like that. So they may have stopped breaking in cars, but now they moved on to the stores and the houses. So I still see a great deal of things that are happening, even though it's going down. And I know that we have always been down with our officers, our complement. Hopefully, we can put a model in place or do something that can help that can be sustainable, because it is still a concern for citizens what's happening. I know in District 1.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's, just that district or those areas or the hot pockets, hot spots, that we're dealing with. That's number one. And then I heard you say that the Operation Crime, 90 officers, you dedicated them to that. Are those officers coming from the different stations, like to make that group, and then will that leave the stations low in
That was a 90-day operation. Most of those officers were assigned to organized crime. They weren't pulled from the stations and then augmented with the federal partners that are here locally. That was more of a local operation. So we pulled all of our various organized crime folks to be dedicated to that particular operation. And I will say, to respond to your issues, especially about Fraser and Raleigh, Fraser and Raleigh has been top of mind for us, and it has received a lot of attention, a lot of resources. No, it's not where we want it to be right now, because we still have some budding problems. We have some streets and some neighbors and some infighting in communities. And so it's requiring us to do a deeper dive into how do we address not just that same house over and over again, but how do we deal with the owner of the house?
Right.
So the same way we're addressing owners of businesses. But Fraser, Raleigh, a lot of the federal support is being dedicated to that area, and not just to do a one and done. We're looking for sustainable results. We're looking to identify not just gang members, but gang enterprises. Who are these people? Who are the leaders? And how do we approach dealing with them so that we can dismantle the gangs? And part of the federal task force, and I'm rolling on into this conversation because I think everybody's interested in it. Part of the work is we've asked for analysts, federal analysts, and there are approximately 25 to 30 analysts that are part of this deployment as well. Those analysts are helping to sort of peel the onion back on who people are, where they are, what groups they're associated with, what cases we already have, what can we take federally. And so the approach really is to really, not just decrease the crime, but slow it down and identify those folks that continue to repeat and continue to be involved in criminal activity, far beyond some of the resources that the Memphis Police Department has. We're trying to direct those resources. When you have 700 visitors to your city or more, it's hard to keep a handle on all of them. We're trying to make sure the Memphis Police Department continues to do the work and plug those individuals in where it's most appropriate to help support our work.
So do I hear you saying that because you're not leading that, you all are collaborating? There are a lot of people and a lot of moving parts. I just want to make certain that them being here really helps in those areas with those situations that we have been seeing for a long time in different communities, because it is still some concerns. And even in some areas where there's the gang activity, then you have to put those resources there. Then you see an uptick in burglary or theft or larceny in businesses, because the districts are different. I know I have in my district, from Fraser to Raleigh to Cordova, the crime looks different in each area. And I'm really wanting to make certain that we address that and put a model in place for the support that we have now, so we can address it long term. It may not, the gang activity may not be in every community, but there's something that is pulling that community down. Maybe burglar in the stores leave because they're having too much, crime that they see is shrinkage, you know, in their
Right.
community. So, and then the other areas, you're seeing them breaking in homes and cars. And it's not everywhere, but anywhere is a concern.
Absolutely. So part of the conversation that we've had with the individuals that are part of the federal task force is that we're not looking for a one-time fix, that the city has needed federal support at a larger level for a long, long time. And once this is done, crime won't be eradicated. That's just not the appropriate term to use about, you know, about crime in our city. So we're hoping to get more permanent federal resources to include U.S. attorneys. That's one reason why we haven't been able to prosecute as many federal cases, because of the shortage of U.S. attorneys. I was told that we're about to receive several more U.S. attorneys in the city of Memphis, not just for this particular operation, but also for the future, as the new U.S. attorney, federal U.S. attorney comes into play. But to your point, we are trying to really look at what are the root causes of some of the issues, and you do have a hodgepodge of various types of activities. You have some burglaries in some areas, it's more property crime in some areas, and then you've got some neighborhood, you know, sort of beefs and some gang activity, some retaliation sort of activity. But our folks are really digging deep to try to identify those individuals and take those cases federally, especially on violent crime.
And Austin P is doing a great job, but it's a very large ward.
It is.
Are you considering those areas that have hot spots? If the ward is so large and there's so much, and there's various types of crime,
Yes.
are we considering maybe breaking up those wards that are really large? I mean, those precincts that have a lot of wards that are large, like Appleton Farms and Austin P.
And we did that recently, especially with Appleton Farms and an impact, and the staff can help me a little bit. But we sort of did a beat realignment. We had a consultant to come in and look at cost of service, look at geographical footprint, and to look to see how do we balance this and make sure we have enough officers, because it can't be a cookie cutter approach.
Right.
You have more volume of calls in some areas and more geographical footprint in some areas. So we looked at all of that. The other thing is that as a force multiplier, we have been working not just code zeros, but we've allowed Austin P to have what we call mini code zeros, where we're bringing in other officers to help those officers that are assigned to that precinct to address all of the other things that we're talking about today. And so they're getting sort of a layer cake approach with additional resources. And then with this federal support, they're getting another layer of support as well. It is one of the areas that has been high on our list, along with some of the other hotspot areas in the city. But Colonel Shabazz is really receiving the kind of support that she needs. Anybody want to add anything? Chief Kirkdoffer, you've been sort of leading on some of that.
Well, what I wanted to do, actually, because we've gotten a little bit, we've gotten way off.
Okay.
Before we do that, I want to get Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Then I want to let the record reflect that Councilman Smiley has joined us, Councilwoman Green has joined us. We'll, if you don't mind, Councilwoman Logan, we'll circle back to kind of those specifics. We're going to see if Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has a question regarding the slides that have already presented, and then we're going to allow Chief Davis to move forward with the actual presentation on the task force, and then we'll circle back with some questions. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Chief, thank you all for the presentation and the hard work that is ongoing in our city to make it safer. Are we separating the numbers, what the task force is doing and what you all are actually doing? Are we keeping those numbers separate? And the work that's actually being done by the MPD?
Yes, that has been a challenge, but what we've decided to do in order to ensure that MPD's numbers are clean, I'm gonna use that word,
okay,
is that we are tracking everything that our officers are doing every day in their normal routine work and including the work that they're doing on the task forces. So once the federal entities reveal numbers, the numbers that you see will be numbers that include Memphis police officer arrests, property confiscation, whether it's drugs and so on. So our numbers, which we will be, sharing, we just had to figure out how we were going to do it because the reporting mechanisms have not been as accessible to us. The federal entities are counting everything that they are touching and involved in, and we are counting everything that our police officers are engaged in, everyday work and task force work.
Okay.
So there's some cross-pollination there.
All right. Okay.
If you understand.
I clearly understand that, but I just wanted to make sure, with the graphs that you've shown us, we know that crime has gone down. And we just want to make sure that the work that MPD is doing is being noticed. And because after all this is over, we need sustainability and how this is going to look forward. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. You may proceed, Chief Davis.
Okay, I think what I'm going to do is just move forward with recruitment, just so you know, we're going to start a class in another couple of months. Actually, I think it's in November, and that class will have approximately, here we go. That class will have approximately 70 plus 10 PSTs will be in that class as well. We've interviewed over 400 people for that particular class. We recently had a graduation, and then we have another one planned for December 18th, but we're trying to put together a relatively large class before the end of the year. We can move to the next slide. And we continue to hire. Of course, we don't have as much funding as we've had, during our ARPA times when we were able to use more marketing dollars. So we've been a little bit more creative about public service announcements, being at colleges, job fairs, and ensuring that the word is out, especially in our libraries and other places that isn't cost prohibitive for us to continue to market. Okay. And so just a little bit about the task force. The task force sort of launched last Monday, and prior to Memphis Police Department being engaged, even though federal partners were here, we felt it was important that we get with our staff and really have an operational briefing. So Tuesday morning, we had, and this is an image of all of our people at the academy that were directly involved in the task force. And of course, some of our precincts, stations, their smaller task forces will be involved as well. But we met with our people so that we could really just vet some of the questions that they had and really give them some clear guidance about their involvement and engagement in the task force. The task force itself is involved in more than 20 local, state, and federal agencies. Since the 29th, our federal partners have been actively deployed, supporting the Memphis Police Department's leadership in violent crime initiatives, as well as other critical public safety and quality of life efforts, including fugitive warrants, interstate traffic enforcement, property crime prevention, and more. MPD's focus has not changed. Our policies and procedures have not changed. We will continue to work and do the work that our officers are accustomed to every day. We made that perfectly clear to them. Our focus is on reducing violent crime in our city and improving the quality of life. And so at this time, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. I will add that the National Guard piece, which has gotten a lot of attention, we haven't put a lot of focus on the National Guard right now because the National Guard, in its larger numbers, are not here yet. There are some individuals that have arrived in Memphis, but part of that is a small contingency of commanders who are planning and looking for, accommodations and logistics and all the other things that need to take place prior to those individuals coming. It looks like maybe October 10th. In a few days, we'll see the first group of individuals come to our city. What we are working very hard to do, and we are communicating directly with the National Guard leadership, is to direct what activities we will have our servicemen and women involved in our city. And much of that has nothing to do with direct law enforcement and public safety. More of visibility in hotspot areas, retail corridors, areas where there are sporting events, festivals, and just that level of presence and deterrent. We'll know more after we actually sit down and have some conversations about what daily deployment looks like.
Thank you, Chief. A couple of questions. What resources are we, in terms of the MPD, providing to the Safe Task Force?
So we, right now, and I guess, staff, y'all can help me. We got organized crime who is working daily with the Safe Task Force federal entities and the U.S. Marshals on trying to put a dent into our violent offender warrants, outstanding warrants that for homicides, for other violent crimes. That's what our focus, has been, because they have analytical resources, people who have not been located or identified. We're using those federal resources to help do the analysis, through tax records, through housing records. Where could these individuals possibly be? And to help us locate some of these individuals, bring them to justice, especially those who have committed violent crimes, homicides, and so on. So there is a concentrated focus from the organized crime unit on some of that work to include gang activity, drugs, guns, and the violent types of activities. And then we have, every station has a task force. And each station, Austin P has maybe 8 to 10 officers that are assigned to a task force. Rain Station, 8 to 10 officers assigned to their task force. We're utilizing the task force officers in the stations so that federal entities can be plugged into our people and work in areas where our people are directing them to address various types of crimes, whether it's gang activity, drug activity, the work that they normally do, but having the federal partners to be plugged in, as well. That's predominantly the use of MPD forces, and that's what you see on this picture. Those are the individuals that have been sort of tasked to the Memphis Safe Task Force.
And then earlier you stated, you were saying that we were looking into the dollars that it was costing for the operation. What dollar, what is it that we're spending for this operation? And is it being separated out from what our normal fiscal responsibility would be?
Well, we had conversations in the very beginning of this operation about how do we recoup federal reimbursements? How do we apply for federal reimbursement? Because any of these individuals that are assigned to the task force, they may be working outside of a normal work shift. And anything that our officers are working outside of their normal work shift, and that activity is supporting the Memphis Safe Task Force, we're keeping track of those expenditures. And we expect to file for reimbursement for those expenditures. And so we're in conversations about that. Of course, federal government is down today, and we're waiting to get, some responses, but we're giving them sort of like a clear window. We need to know, because we have to be concerned about after, this event is over, after the work is over, we still have to run, daily operations in the city of Memphis, and we don't want to spend our dollars towards task force work when federal dollars could reimburse us for that.
One last question. We keep kind of going through this same, we've been talking about this for about a year and a half now, and I'm kind of reconciled that maybe it's not happening, and I don't know what kind of leadership role maybe the council can take in this. It seems that a dashboard would be very helpful, especially in times like these, and when we're talking about repeat offenders, to be helpful to be at a glance to see what happened from the time of arrest all the way through time of disposition of the case, to see how it was disposed, whether it was prosecuted, dismissed, whether someone pled to a lower offense, whether it went to trial, to be able to understand where the gaps are, whether it's in the pre-period, kind of the investigation, whether it's in the bond area, whether it's in the trial area or the plea deals, to be able to really identify where the issues are with us having so many repeat offenders.
And so, to your point, you're absolutely right. And we've had conversations, with the county, with the courts, because we do want to have more than just the MPD timeline. Once we get a person, we can track our people through our system to the point that we get to indictment. But once we get to indictment, we need those other records to deposit into that dashboard so that we can have a more accurate, picture of what is actually happening. That conversation, it came up just recently, just having a meeting with some families of homicide victims who thought that their case was still being investigated. The investigation portion was over the cases in the court system. Individuals have been arrested, but where is it and what's happening, from those other points? And yes, that's a project that we may need some other conversations on how we integrate that
So
data.
right now it's kind of at a standstill.
It is, and
Okay.
Chief Oakley, I don't know, you have done a lot of work on us trying to keep up with our repeat offenders. It's helped us internally because now we have at least a snapshot of who it is that we're after and how we at least push those cases, to the DA's office and let them know that this is a person that we're concerned about. But I think it's because of the systems.
Right. To do that, we would have to be in collaboration with the DA's office, to get their data. So that would be something we can meet with them about, with their IT people and our IT people, the county IT people, and we'll get an update on the progress on that. So we'll look into that.
Thank you. Are there any other council members? Councilwoman Logan, did you want us to circle back to you? You're recognized. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. That's kind of what you just spoke about was kind of what I'm interested in, because I do see that has been a problem since I've been on the council. You all do an amazing job of picking people up, but when you get them to the court, that has been a problem. So I don't know, a lot of people have amnesia now because we've been having that problem for a long time.
Yeah.
We haven't had enough manpower. We haven't had enough support to get those cases done, to get them to the court that can be pushed through and to follow them through. So you have those people back out on the street. And I just wanted clarity today, and I think I gained that, to understand how that will be fixed with the support that we have. But I hear from what Chairwoman just mentioned, I hear you saying in that response that is the court system. That's the DA's office. Once you get them there, you just have to lean on their collaborative spirit to get that done. But otherwise, they could possibly be back in our community. So now, hopefully, it'll level up, and that may be a federal situation where we won't have that revolving door.
Yes.
Am I
point.
understanding that correct?
You're absolutely correct. And to your point, the feds are taking on some of the state cases, especially state cases where there is substantial evidence that they could potentially roll them into the federal system. But to get back to the dashboard piece, just to have that information readily and available, it means that the city of Memphis systems and the county systems need to be integrated so that they can be updated on a daily basis by somebody at the court to say this person pled out.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't know when a person pleads out. We call over thinking that, okay, when is the court date? Well, this person pled out or was given a lower charge or whatever the case might be. So we are working with that, and we are meeting with the DA's office on a regular basis, and I mean a regular basis, to just iron through some of those problems.
Well, thank you for that update. Oh, that overtime you mentioned,
Yeah.
or potential overtime, could we see that again? See you here again asking for some additional funds or
I won't be
discussing that?
asking for it.
Okay.
I think we have to make some decisions. We do have to continue to work the rest of the year, through the fiscal year. And what's allocated is allocated.
Yeah.
And so that's why we are pushing to try to identify a reimbursement track, a method of being able to be reimbursed for any overtime dollars that we spend for the operation. And there has been some positive conversation and some assurances that it's going to happen, but we don't want to assume the check is in the mail. So we're staying on top of that part of it and giving us sort of a window, sort of a stop, of when we're going to need to see those reimbursements come in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for coming today and for this presentation. I want to go back to the information that you shared about the recruiting classes, and you said that there would be 70 in this next class. I'm just curious, is that our capacity, 70? What is our capacity that we can accommodate?
That's what we have today, right now. But I mean, we've started a class with 100. We are shooting for as many as we can because now that we have expanded facilities, we have the ability to hold a class of up to 100 in a class. So our folks are working really hard. We love to see it, and every day they're adding more to that 70.
Okay, sounds great. And then is the goal to do a certain number per year?
Absolutely. Our goal is typically 200, at least 200 a year. If we have an attrition rate of 80 officers leaving a year or 100 officers, we want to double the attrition rate so that we have a net gain. We're going to always lose officers, whether it's to retirement, separation, or whatever. And if we just hire the exact amount of people that leave, then we never have a gain. So to be more aggressive in our recruitment, to be more aggressive in our recruitment strategies too, and trying to funnel some dollars. Some of our grant dollars have helped us a little bit with some of that level of recruiting, but the aggressive recruitment is really to beat our attrition rate, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you for that. And I yield the floor.
Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Back to the extra funds that are coming in with this task force. In that big, beautiful bill, I think they're giving like $50,000 for recruitment for people to ICE, or something like that. Is there any particular way that we can be asking them if they want to divert some of that so we can use that to recruit people into our force? Just thinking outside the box as you're talking these.
Let the record reflect that Councilman Espinosa also joined us. Are there any other members in the queue? Although we only stated number one, it also included the update on the Memphis Police Department Sentinel program, which was requested by Councilman Espinosa, and it also included the update on the Memphis Police Department personnel numbers, which was requested by Dr. Warren. We would just want to tell you all thank you so much for the hard work you're doing. We know that these are some unprecedented and challenging times, and we thank you all for rising to the occasion and working collaboratively with the new changes and the new people that are here to help us protect and serve. We appreciate your great work. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Be blessed and have a great rest of your day and week.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Council.
This meeting is adjourned and on time, I might add. You're welcome. Applause, applause, applause.
was a lot. All right, it is 11:35. We almost on time today. We have 6 items on the agenda. I'm not sure we're gonna get to all of them, but we will start with item 1. But before we do that, Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Chair Smiley.
All right. Okay,
And
cool.
Councilman Spinoza.
He's here in the audience. Item number 1, the resolution to amend sewer FY26 CIP project by transferring appropriation of funds in the amount of $25,901,459 from South Plant Expansion Project number SW02033 to cover whatever that is. Anaerobic Lagoon Project number SW02011 to construction TE Max and Wastewater Facility Lagoon number 5 renovations District 6 Super District 8 sponsored by the administration. I have no idea what this is. It's moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Director Morgan, your floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. This is a resolution to amend the capital improvement budget from South Plant Expansion to covered anaerobic lagoon to rehab an existing lagoon at our Maxon wastewater treatment plant, which is the South wastewater treatment plant. And this is part of our biosolids operation. And this is the funding for the last WIFIA project for the improvements down at the South treatment plant.
Any questions about this $25 million project? Any questions? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, resolution transferring CIP project FY26 allocation in the amount of $2,352,400 for CIP project number GS24100, FY24 major modification cover line GS24101, major modification roofing and appropriating funds for the roof replacements and Brick Community Center Fire Station number 24 in the EDU office, District 4, 5, and 7, Super District 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Warren. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Melvin Jamerson, General Services, 125 North Main. The resolution here is to transfer FY26 allocations of $438,750 for
all of these various projects. It's a lot of projects.
Okay. So all right, we're starting with
you go ahead.
Number 2. All right, so this is for our electrical trade lines. And this will help us to do the work for upgraded security access control at 555 Bill Street, replace the elevator lift at Gaston Community Center for ADA compliance, and installed Opticam traffic
Hold on one second. So as it relates to the lift and gas community center, wasn't that replaced during the Strickland's administration when we put $4 million over there? It wasn't replaced because we did put $4 million over there.
Yeah, we put some money in over there, but the lift that is there now, so there are 2 elevators there.
One on the right and one on the left when you come in. Which side?
So the elevator lift is at the front of the building.
Okay. When you come in?
And it's as you go through the lobby entrance, it's right there. It's that lift.
Okay.
That's down. Now we have another project going with Gaston Community Center that we are replacing modernizing the actual main elevator, and that's ongoing now. The other things that we're doing on the electrical side is the generators for Fire Station 15 and Fire Station 25. We are adding generators to those facilities. So completing these will, of course, making these repairs across city-owned facilities will improve functionality and for ensure more efficient operations. The timeline for completion is June 30th, 2026. It's the end of this fiscal year. That's the breakdown of A&E and construction.
I have a quick question. So when I'm looking at item number 2 on mine, it includes districts 4. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington had one question regarding which one of these projects is in District 4. But when I look up here, I don't see anything about District 4. Is it a typo in ours or a typo here? Huh?
Yeah, go back one slide.
One slide.
No, it needs to be number 1. Like, yeah.
Oh, no, this is the second slide.
Yeah, go back to those slides.
Go back one slide. Yeah. Okay.
All right, and you said which one is in District 4. What part of this project falls within District 4? Do we know?
Skinner Community Center.
Any questions, Councilwoman Smurge Washington? I don't think no questions. She just was trying to get clarity. Keep going.
So this is for the roofing systems replacement. This is for $2,352,400, and of course these are aging roofing systems that are have beyond their useful life. Some of them are leaking in different facilities. The EDU office is the entertainment district at Bill Street, and so we are asking for council to appropriate these funds to the projects.
All right. You heard administration. All hearts and minds clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in favor. More than Dr. Warren. All right. Any opposed? All right, subpoena to the ayes have it. Item number 3, resolution transferring CIP project FY26 allocation in the amount of $438,750 from CIP project number GS24100 FY24 major modification cover line GS24102 FY24 major modification electric and appropriating funds for security access controls at 555 Bill Street. You just went through that one already. Replacement elevator lift at Gas Community and installing Opticon traffic signals at Crump and Georgia, and replacement generators at Fire Station number 15, Fire Station number 25, District 5, 6, and 7, Super District 8 and 9. Sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion? Second, moved by Warren, seconded by Ford Senior. This is a presentation you already did. You already heard everything he said. All those in favor? All right. Any opposed? The penalty the ayes have it. Item number 4, resolution transferring CIP. Resolution transfer CIP project FY26 allocation in the amount of $1,608,850 from CIP project number number 6524100 FY24 major modification cover line 652410 for major modification HVAC and appropriating funds for repair and replacement of HVAC units and controls at the Pink Palace Museum, the Zoo, Fire Training Academy, and Police Academy, District 5 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion? Second, moved by Warren, seconded by Chairman Smurge Washington. Go.
Gerald Spencer, 3720 Knight Arnold, General Services Senior Administrator. This project is to transfer funds into project GS 4100 for HVAC unit control at Pink Palace Museum, Memphis Zoo, Memphis Fire and Police Training Academy. And this project will be completed in June 30th of 2026. So this will bring all of our building system at these facilities where they can be on a building access automation system.
So are we replacing the entire HVAC system in all these places, or some of them are just
This
maybe
is
replacing
only for
the
controls,
ends?
building controls.
Okay.
Well, one of them is, Pink Palace is replacing the cooling towers at that facility. Memphis Zoo is the boilers for the Zambezi exhibit.
Okay, cool. All right, any questions about these? All right. I wish we can do something about HVAC because I don't know how to work that one over there. It's suspect. All right. All right, we have a question by Madam Vice Chair.
Did you all know that there are some repairs that are needed at Orange Mound Community Center?
For the HVAC system?
Yes. And some mold?
Yes, ma'am. We are aware. Director Bolden has. We've talked about that, and we have a team already that has already looked at it. So we assessed it, and we will be making those repairs.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Councilwoman Logan. She said something wrong.
Well, now, my question is there, are you all working down a priority list of community centers and public spaces that, need the most attention, or how are we selecting these?
Right. So, yes, ma'am. So what we do is from our teams at property maintenance and from parks and different divisions, we look at what's needed throughout, and that list is determined during budget season. We go from a priority 1 to a priority 4. Normally we don't have the funding to get everything done, so we prioritize it based on the need. Right now it's based on need assessment, what's needed the most, and that's how we go through and do it.
So these were the ones that are identified at the top priority during the budget process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And I appreciate you yielding back to me. Not sure if Meredith does, but all right. Any other questions? Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? We need to get y'all some coffee. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the church, the ayes have it. Look, I mean, I tried to fix it, but, I believe that the HVAC system doesn't necessarily like the council today. It won't do anything. It just stays at 70. I go up, it stays at 7. I go down, it stays at 7. It's going to be at 70. All right, item number 5, a resolution transferring CIP project FY26 allocation in the amount of $1.5 million from CIP project number GS 24100 FY24 major modification cover line to CIP project number GS 24107 contingency and appropriated funds in the amount of $1.5 million for emergency repairs throughout the city. All councilors sponsored by the administration. Moved by this entire body. I will assign it to Councilwoman Pearl Walker and seconded by Dr. Warren. $1.5 million to fix various things. Is that what's happening here?
Yes, sir. The 1.5 is our contingency, and it is our break fix line.
Any other questions? There's a lot of things that need some TLC in this city. Any questions from this body? All right. Appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any? So, quick question for you. As it relates to how we're allocating, how we're using this $1.5 million, is this work that General Services itself will do, or is it work that we're going to hire someone outside to do? Because we're spending a lot of money today. I saw $24 million. Saw another one for 2.1. That's a lot of money. Is there particular companies that are doing this work, or is it something that we're doing in-house?
So some of these have been already estimated from our project team as how we will go out and fund how we came up with our budget funding for it. And some of these are from outsourced vendors. On this 1.5 million, this could very well be our in-house team that does some of this work. Okay. These are these unplanned expenses that we don't plan for it when these things come up. And so sometimes we do those ourselves, but a lot of them are done by outsourcing.
Okay. All right. So just sitting in this position, I just hope the council start asking some more questions when we start allocating large amounts of dollars, because we need to know who we're doing business with. Sometimes people don't necessarily do a good job, but we hire them again. So just ask more questions when it comes to these things and just try to figure out what's happening. All right, one question from Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
When we're doing repairs, it would be nice if, you all do a walkthrough with them and don't pay them until you check it. They shouldn't get a check unless it's been inspected.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first of all, let's just welcome back Chief Antonio. We haven't seen him in a very while. We're so happy to see you. We're happy you're well.
All right. I appreciate it. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer.
Ain't heard that in a while, but go ahead.
So I want to assure you all that what the various divisions have provided to you all in appropriations today, they are part of either a facility conditions assessment or a conditions study, whereas they are informed of all the different repairs that are needed at these different locations. For instance, with General Services, all those different classifications, they are, as Director Jameson and Mr. Spencer identified, they are what they would consider priority ones. Priority 1s and 2s are life safety or a threat to operational sustainability. And so those are identified and actually budgeted for. So these are deferred maintenance projects. With respect to the total budget, all these are encapsulated in your total CIP budget. And so there's got to be dollars that are saved for your facilities, dollars for capital acquisition, dollars for maintenance of your streets, et.cetera. With respect to the emergency funds, what we some time ago, maybe now 10 years ago, we developed this contingency fund, and the contingency fund was for break fix items. We didn't have the opportunity to bring back an emergency to council if something was broken. And so what we wanted to do was set a funding threshold. So this fund should grow no greater than $5 million, but this will be for something that in the event there is a repair that needed to be done it could be done immediately. It will be done either with internal staff or it would be a contractor. I do agree with you, council members, that we do need to make sure that we enforce our warranties on work and product. And we are doing more of that. What we have to do now is bring it all under one roof so everyone knows who's doing what. And so there is better collaboration among the divisions so they understand who's doing what, when, and so we can execute and we enforce the warranties.
Thank you. Always so.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I have a quick question. Kind of building on what Councilwoman Orange Washington mentioned, do we have something that we give in writing all of the contractors that states our expectation or our brand or what we want to see as an end result of their work? And when they don't do it, is there some type of repercussion or are they taken off the list? Because I think they didn't get it. The ones that are in District 1 didn't get their form, like the grass cutting or the.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
We understand. So the scope of work in the contract and the contract language defines what our expectations are and what will be done in that project, and that's what we go by. And we do have a walkthrough and a completion at the end of each project to make sure that all work was done. And that's signed off by our teams at property maintenance, and it's signed off by our construction administration, who we hire to on our benefit for the city of Memphis.
I'll put that on the agenda for the next, so we can have a conversation about that and kind of understand in all divisions, like grass cutting, all the areas, what to expect, because I don't know that it's translating at the district level, and that's not on you all. Every time I've asked, it's been a contractor that the work has been.
And what we will do in the interim is we will explain the process in which we go through contract administration as well and contract enforcement. You're right, grass cutting is different than construction, but notwithstanding, there are certain things that we do go through, and we just need to be better stewards of enforcing those agreements so that we move forward. And we need to articulate to purchasing as well when we have vendors who are not compliant to make sure that we identify those in the next procurement cycle.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna just say one thing because y'all gonna come back. I guess you said you want to back in a couple of weeks, 2 weeks. When you come back with the information about all these things, could we include how we figure out what areas need to be cut, like city-owned property, and the grass grows extremely high? How do we identify when is it time to cut it? Because there's a lot of places. If you go down Third, there's Lamar, Riverside, like in those communities, by Riverside Church, particularly, those communities have like a lot of overgrown grass. What do we do to track it and say, okay, it's time for us to go show some love because the property owner or the other folks aren't cutting the grass? So just something I want to know. Maybe it's something we can figure out how to do a better job of.
If at all possible and most appropriate, what I'll do is we'll bring in the grass mitigation, because we do have parks that maintain the park properties, general services maintain city-owned properties, and then of course you have our public works team that actually deals with right-of-ways, and then of course you have those that are in those. So we just need to bring back a comprehensive grass mitigation process and plan to you all.
Yeah, it just seems
you understand.
It just seems it's not just about us understanding. It just seems like, based on what you said, there's a little bit everywhere else as opposed to just being on the one roof or one particular team and director. Like, it's kind of like, my issue with city and county government, the need for efficiency. This is almost my pitch for consolidation. But when you talk about, grass cutting, I got to call him or call her, and they're supposed to cut this particular area, but then when you get outside the area, you got to call a different division. It gets kind of confusing. It seems like it'd just be more efficient if there's like one grass mitigation department and all grass falls under one particular director or deputy director. I don't care what you call them. Could be the grass czar. I don't care.
Or tree trimming.
A tree, like it just seems to be extremely difficult for a city this size to navigate what needs to be cut, when need to be cut, when there's like 10 different people responsible for some part of grass cutting. So I just want to see the plan and figure out how we can make it better. Because I'm tired of getting yelled at.
Yes, sir.
It's just something we should do better.
Request for specific language to them.
Oh well, he's here. He's got it. He's back. He's ready to get to work.
Okay.
All right. Well. All right. All those in favor.
All right.
All right. It's being the chair. The ayes have it. Thank you all so much. All right, item number 6, pedestrian lighting and safety proposal presented by Safeways, all council districts. This is something I requested like a month ago. We pushed it off this time. All right, so quick rundown. So the presentation isn't that long, but we can get more information about where they are now. If you all remember, about a month or so ago, Safeways came and made a presentation about how they can identify some problem areas or areas that in need of beautification, blight reduction, lighting. And during their presentation, they had, I guess, a pilot specifically targeting the Glenview neighborhood. The council seemed to be inclined to support the Safeways and their attempt to collaborating with the city of Memphis to address crime, blight, and beautification efforts in our identifying those areas. But what the council wanted to see was, what about other districts as well? There was a request made by me for council members to send information to Ms. Keaton to identify particular communities within their districts to address certain things. Some council members sent that information, some did not. But what Safeways did, correct me if I'm wrong, Safeways prepared, I guess, a map of areas in each district where they could potentially pilot this program to identify key areas that need, in lack of a better word, TLC. With that, I will turn it over to Safeways. And Ms. Keaton said the best word today is brevity. This is Ms. Keaton. She's our boss. Go ahead.
Joe Gurley, Director of Operations of Safeways. Address is 6064 Apple Tree Drive, Suite 8, Memphis, Tennessee 38115.
Pierce Ledbetter, Executive Chairman of the Board, Safeways, Inc., 395 Goodwin Street, Memphis, Tennessee 38111.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so we were here before, and we had one that we went through, and everybody saw, liked, and then we decided that everybody wanted one for each district. So we went back, we had a couple inputs from some of the members on what areas they wanted done. The rest of them were picked by either high crime, area of town, and they're all either, most of them are around a park, around a school, and that way when you have, the sidewalks need to be at least accessible and look nice and be good, and the lighting needs to be good for children that are trying to get to the school. So we tried to maintain most of them that have schools. Trying to figure out how to flip this. Forward. Okay. So just a brief history. Safeways started in 2011. We became a 501c3 nonprofit in 2015. We originally started with 14 properties. We are now to 52. One of the things that Safeways does with what we do with our data analysis and our engagement with the apartment complexes is we reduce the amount of calls and reports that go into apartment complexes that are in the programs. Up to this date in 2025, we have saved the Memphis Police Department $2 million in calls alone. That's just in the calls and the reports. How do we do that is we get the actual police reports from the police department and the calls for service. Those are given to the people that the apartment complexes that are in our programs. The managers do need to participate in managers' meetings at the precincts, and they also participate in neighborhood watch. That's normally a hard thing to do, but we have started to work harder at that to get people that are actually in the apartment complex involved in a neighborhood watch. And that's always been a problem, but we are diligently working on that, trying to find a way to make that happen. And we have actually 4 properties that have actually found participants that want to do the neighborhood watch in the last 2 weeks. So we're looking at adding that. Crime prevention through environmental design, which is CEPTED. It's internationally recognized. It is used all over the world. It originally started the CEPTED in law enforcement in Florida in the 90s, and they have kept up with it. They've actually got it into state law now that they have to meet CEPTED requirements. Out of the special projects with the pedestrian safety and lighting projects, we've done 8 of them so far. Been Downtown Memphis Commission. We've done one with Edge in the Medical District, Community Development Agency. We did Binghamton, Soulsville, and a big portion of downtown. So as I was saying earlier, we got 14 neighborhoods that we're looking at now instead of the one that we originally started with. We're going to conduct these with lighting measurements, horizontal, vertical, be looking for the infrastructure issues with the sidewalks, street lights, utility poles. Community safety concerns like graffiti, vacant structures, and code violations. We'll also do a mapping of the sky cops and any private security cameras that we see while we're on the walk.
So, quick question. Well, never mind. I think this will get us there. So, after you conduct your comprehensive study, you will send us, I guess, the data to show here's your areas of concern. Are you also going to suggest what we should be doing in those areas?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And because I think for most of us, we're familiar with this particular part of it. I think what I want you to show the council is what are the 14 areas?
Okay.
Because that's always going to be areas of contention when you're trying to address 13 council members who are charged representing different parts of the city of Memphis. So I'm assuming, yeah.
Yep, this is the overview of all 14 properties.
All right, could you go through what neighborhoods and in what districts?
So we got Glenview neighborhood, which was the original one that we talked about. The cost on that one, estimated max is $22,000. It has Glenview Park in it. Then Stage Park Meadows for District 1. That one has the Bartlett Park, Meadows Park, and it's also around the Varley Bartlett Meadows Elementary School. The total cost on that one would be $26,642. If anybody has any questions while I'm going through each one, let me know. Williams Park neighborhood, that's in District 6, Super 8. It's Williams Park and Elvis Presley Boulevard in front of Graceland. Total cost on that one is $25,015.
Chair.
Oh, okay. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciated looking at this particular presentation because it looked to me as I went through it, they'd gone through and picked good parts of the city to do this as, I guess to show what we can do in each neighborhood. And it seemed to me like it was money well spent. The question is, where do we have this in the budget? And what does the administration think about how we move forward? Because it looked to me like they've gone and they got everywhere.
I think they did
I thought they did a good job. So I appreciated seeing this, and thank you for this effort. And I just want to make sure, I'd like to vote for it. I just want to make sure that we've got administration behind it.
Okay, since we're there, I do want it. Could you just briefly hit on the other neighborhoods so we know, and then I'm gonna address Dr. Warren's question.
East Memphis neighborhood, we have Egypt Central neighborhood, which has the Egypt Central Park, Raleigh Egypt Elementary and Middle and High School. Denver, which this was on request, District 7, has the Georgian Hills Park and the elementary and middle school. West Haven, which has Otis Redding Park. Downtown Memphis, which includes Church Park, Court Square, the Fourth Bluff Park, Handy Bill Street, FedEx Forum, and the AutoZone Park. All the areas around all of the attractions that we have downtown. Sherwood Forest neighborhood, which includes the elementary and the middle school. Berkeley, which includes Berkeley Elementary. South Memphis, that has the Riverview Park and around the Riverview Elementary. Medal of Honor Park, off of Tullahoma and Airway and Winchester. That one's got the Medal of Honor Park and Oak Haven Elementary and Oak Haven High School. Marquette Park, which has the park along with the Colonial Middle School. That's it. That's all 14.
Thank you. You see that every district is represented. To Dr. Warren's question, so I wanted the council to see what it looks like when every district is addressed. To Dr. Warren's question specifically, if the council is inclined to support, it seems like the council is inclined to support. I know that Councilwoman Spurgeon Washington said, "Look, if nobody else gonna do it, she gonna make sure District 4 gets the resources they need." As you can see, we can't. There's nothing to vote on. This is just a presentation. What I'm gonna do within the next 2 meetings or so, give myself some time. I'm gonna come back with a funding resolution. I'm gonna work with the administration to see how we can address this, whether we're addressing all right away or whether we're addressing, half right away. I'm gonna work with the administration to figure out what the funding resolution, but one of the things I want to do is make sure there's gonna be general support and buy-in from this particular body. Councilman Ford, see you in the queue.
Operation funding should help with this.
I had some thoughts, but, I don't want to speak too prematurely, but Councilman Ford.
Do we have a full amount?
Yes.
What is the total that you're looking at?
Total amount is, got it up here. There it is. All right, so its total is, for all of it's 346,812.
And I think you said how long it would take, a year?
It will take up until June, because we keep getting delayed back on getting started. Yeah. So, yes, it's gonna run till June, July. Yep. Okay, yeah, 374, 312, yes. That's total for all of it.
So what I'm gonna do, if this is okay, I'm gonna work with the administration to see what's feasible within our budget. We wanna make sure, I was about to be petty, I'm not gonna do that, but, okay, I'm not. But I'm gonna make sure we work with the administration so that we can continue to make payroll timely and make sure that our budget continues to stay sound. But we do understand that, we passed it in 21, we consistently talk about the need of beautification and blight reduction efforts. I think this helps us know our problem areas and also helps the police department and general services and all the other grass cutting people do our jobs a little bit more effectively. That's why I spent a little bit of time talking about how we manage, overgrown grass in the community. So that's what I'm gonna do. Work with the administration, come up with a funding resolution to figure out where we're doing it all at once or we're doing, hey, these particular neighborhoods first and then see what's going on. So meaning Meredith. So thank you all so much. Myself and Meredith be in touch. Like that this body is going to be generally supportive of it. So look forward to working with the administration to figure out how we can work together to improve our community. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
It is 1:05 p.m., and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Mauricio, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Chair Carlisle.
Present. Thank you. The chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda, and I do want to, before we dive into this, say that this is building on Councilman Spinoza's work as I read over it more closely. And so I want to thank him for getting the ball rolling last year, or I guess really earlier this year. It feels like a year ago. Feels like a year ago, but for getting the ball rolling on trying to get more regular, more defined, transparent reporting cycles, both for us and for the public. And as we were walking in, I'll just say this last thing for the record, and then we'll dive into it. It's important with term limits, I think, as we look at all the governmental bodies dealing with this. Like, we've never had to do this in the 60 years. And so I think one of the things that I brought up, and for me, on these last 2 years out, there's always a fire that we're going to have to deal with. But at some point, we have to have a steady hand of like a higher look of like, how are we leaving the structure to some degree? And we've talked a lot of solutions, but one of the things I think for me, and I'll say it to you as you all are thinking about it too, is what impact do term limits have, and what can we do to set newer members and members that will be returning up for success? And I think so these documents and these kind of reporting tools, they'll always need to be living documents and tweaked and changed. But this is the continuation of that process. And so I appreciate the administration's openness to it. I appreciate your input as it comes. I'm not asking, we don't want same night minutes. We don't want to send this down. We want people to have a little bit of time with it. We do, however, have some reports coming up, but I think the administration's kind of agreed to go ahead and do that no matter where we kind of land, because we want to work in tandem. So with that being said, item number 1, resolution to establish requirements for the fiscal year 2026 quarterly financial status reports. May I have a motion and second to moved by Ford, seconded by Warren and Green. And then, so guys, ultimately in this document, as you'll read through, is we've asked the administration to come forward and present a series of documents in form and function. And so what ultimately, this is not the final. This is a set, yes, ma'am. This is a set of parameters within the document. There will be a visual presentation, and then almost more of what you would call kind of the executive summary print type, so that there's kind of a go-to summary so that the public can pull it quickly. And for those eager beavers that want to do a deep dive, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, there will be a more robust document that will accompany this that you can get in. And then my team, Ms. Mauricio, suggested that we implement the one-on-ones with directors on those reports for members that wanted to sit down on certain divisions. And so I think that's always received well. And I think directors really do like the FaceTime. At least that's the feedback I get, is they really appreciate it. It kind of helps them get on the same page because, we're having 1,000 different conversations, and then, the administration can kind of get them in one room and say, what's the common themes we're hearing from the body? Yes, sir. So I'm going to be quiet. I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilman Ford.
I just wanted to tell her, I just wanted you to say what you said about this one right here.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. So, Councilman Spinoza, you were in the room, but I was. I think you may be in the back, but I was thanking you for beginning the process of starting to address the issues that we have about financial reporting, and that this is building on that work that was done. And I said last year, and I felt like it was a year ago, it may have been, but ultimately addressing the term limit issue and just transparency for the public and for the administration and the accountability factor. And so this is just continuing to build on that stuff in other areas in which we want to have the structured government, but I wanted to thank you for starting that work. Absolutely. And so with that, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. That's amazing because I pulled that Spinoza. I went back and did my research of August of 2024, and I pulled this, and this was his request. And so I want to commend Councilman Spinoza and you, Chairman, for moving forward with this, because as a new council person and dealing with the budget, sometimes can be very difficult, confusing. It's just a lot of things and a lot of moving parts in it. But with this structure will help moving forward for those in the near future, those of us who may and may not return. But this is a great start. Last year was amazing. All those meetings we had, being able to do those one-on-ones, that really allowed me to be more involved. I learned so much more, and so I'm thankful for that. And this reporting piece that Spinoza initiated on October 1st of 2024, we really make sure that we enforce that. And we abide by what was asked by the council, because that really helps. And it makes the budget easier when it's time to do budget season. So thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll add to that too. I mean, there's some things on here that, there's some certain boards and some, we put Councilman Green. There's some certain boards on here that we typically wouldn't see. And as we start to look at our global debt pictures, we start to look at the debt cliff, if we start to get into some more of the complex things coming into this budget season, you want those things visible. The public wants them more visible. And so I agree with that. I think it's important. Again, like it just is important to continue to build off of each other and the ideas. So I've got Councilwoman White and then Councilwoman Green.
I just wanted to say thank you, Chairman, for taking the initiative and bringing this. This is something that I've been wanting to see, and so glad that you actually put it into motion. I would like to be added as a sponsor. Also, for the particular entities at the bottom, like CRA, Health Ed Board, is this for it to come through the administration, or will this be a request for these bodies to report specifically? Because this has been an area where I was going to bring a separate resolution specifically, because those are powers that we grant out that, I don't believe that we keep up with in the way that we need to in terms of determining, how many are out there, what is it that we're giving up, and are we getting what it is that we bargained for that, for that sacrifice. So how do you envision those boards coming to us and reporting?
What a wonderful question, Vice Chairwoman. That's very fair. We were going round and round on that. I would say that this is the gentle nudge to say, we formed you by joint ordinance or by charter. For most of these entities on here, I don't see a single one. We put the city's full faith and credit behind them as the voting body. And so if we cannot get our partners to be not accountable, but work with us based on our prior experience this year with another partner, that's a problem. And so I assume that this will be a simple request and that they'll come and we can have them as part of it. But I told the chief financial officer we are not going to hold him accountable necessarily if and I'm just going to use this as an example. If MHA doesn't show up or they don't provide a report, that's not necessarily Walter's fault. We are in this together. We are both going to request together. Same for the DMC. DMC is probably a better example. But I will tell you, it will be very hard for President Ryan to get any economic development project done without the issuance of bonds, which have to come through this body. And so it's a new day. I think we all agree. And I'm not saying, I think I'm speaking for all of us. And if I'm not, forgive me, you can change the narrative. But it's a new day from this body. We are going to be much more proactive than we have in the past. It's going to be a little uncomfortable, but that's okay. We're not trying to go after anybody's jobs. We're not trying to ruin careers. We're not trying to slander people. We're just trying to figure out what the heck's going on with your business. And we're trying to report that back to our constituents. It seems totally reasonable. And here's the deal. There's probably a couple people right now, all 15 listening to me on the interweb. One of them's probably nervous because maybe they haven't been doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's unfortunate. I can't help that. All I can say is you better start getting in line. So, and by the way, this wouldn't be done without the cooperation of the administration. I just want to reiterate that we do need their partnership, but it's our engagement. And last thing I want to say, because I know I'm going long-winded, is as much as I want to take credit for a lot of this work, I can't. Almost every great idea comes in from the operations team in our business and from the field. And so a vast majority of this input and this work was done by this wonderful young woman and Brooke Hyman and Brianna and a few other staff members that went and did the research and saw what some of the best practices were, building on Councilman Spinoza's work. So I appreciate it. My name is on it because I got the 9-1 next to it. But at the end of the day, this was a full team effort. And when we vote on this, this is all of ours. So, I'll leave it at that. I got to be quiet. Thank you. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to everybody who has worked on this, and particularly Councilman Spinoza for initiating this sort of reporting in multiple areas. It's been very helpful to me as a council person, I know that. I am curious about two things. One is a question about the resolution, one is just a general question. Will this also cover things like MRPP and the Shell and Overton Park?
Yeah, here's the deal. The way it's written, it doesn't necessarily, I'm happy to do that. Absolutely. We can cover the umbrella for those groups, but I don't think the MRPP issues debt. They are a grantee, but I guess you're going into the scope of more like Botanic Gardens, Zoo.
Yeah, well, my thinking is, if we're starting to get into these quasi-governmental agreements that I know Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has worked really hard on, and so like last year in the budget, there was a question, there was some cuts, and they're worried about covering operating.
Sure.
While we're having these reports, I think it would be helpful to have them quarterly again, just like you're talking about in preparation for the budget.
I personally I don't have an issue with that. Yeah, Councilwoman, do you mind if I? Yeah.
Yes, the ad hoc committee that created, all these are streamlined. And so we're asking the exact same thing moving forward for every organization in the ad hoc committee, our management agreements, all our partners that we're doing. And so we're streamlining it now, and we'll be bringing a resolution that was similar to look like this, so we can have a reporting system and understand where we are, how much the taxpayer dollars, and all the questions that have been coming from the constituents that we have not been able to give a real good answer for, because we didn't know. We just didn't have an answer. So the ad hoc committee is wrapping up, and we are looking forward to what Councilwoman Green, your ask is. All that will be included. We're doing a blanket, and everybody is going to be streamlined across the same requirements.
I think that's great. I think being able to have transparency is wonderful, and I think having some consistency in the ask is important. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chairman.
My next question for Chief Person who's here, a lot of this is talking about these other groups and their, spend to date and remaining balance. I just wanted to check in since you were here on where our fund balance is, and did we have to pull any more down for the previous budget?
In terms of the end of FY25?
Yes, sir.
Right now, we're looking at between 2 and 3 million as being the net gain in terms of our fund balance from the prior year. When we originally discussed it, we were up around 9 or 10, and then we had some retrenchment as additional expenses came in over the last several months, but we're getting very, very close to a point, thanks to a lot of effort on our accounting team side, to a hard number, and it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 3, depending on some more expenses that are just kind of being finalized.
And do you know where our fund balance is currently?
Based on that, fund balance would be right at about 93, 94 million.
Okay. That's all the questions I had, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. I will add one thing, just piggybacking on both sets of comments, and I'm going to say it early because I probably want the feedback once they pick up on it. But I'll say where possible. There are certain organizations, and this is where it's going to get awkward, is like how do you write the language, but the council probably needs to take a more forward role as the appropriating body, and on major agencies or annual contracts, we probably are going to have actual voting seats. I just don't know that the liaison or the ex officio positions work. I don't know where the legality stands, which is why I'm probably early, but I want you to think about it. I want you to understand that if I bring something, it's not. Yeah, we'll just have to have input on it, but they're just organizations that kind of run amok, and we have very little oversight, even though they get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And it's not in any nefarious way. It's just, again, it's an accountability leverage. Yeah, Councilman Warren? Yeah,
was interesting. I was a representative on the zoo board, and the first couple years I was there, I would go to their executive session, and then last year they said, well, you can't be on the executive committee anymore. So I'm not exactly sure what that was, but it seemed to me like they would want us to be able to hear what they're saying in executive committee, and they said, well, hey, you're not voting. I understood that. Well, I don't have to be a voting member, but you'd think that they would want you on that executive committee.
Yeah,
that
look,
makes sense.
I'm sure there's a fear factor, and I don't need to pontificate, but I will for just a hot second. There's probably a fear factor there. I get it, but at the end of the day, that matters not. We're the appropriating body. Whether you voted for it or not, you are, however it's done, whether it's the appointment of the chairman or through your committee or whatever, you are the appointed representative of the people. Full stop. I'll say it this way, if I stroked a check for $500,000 a year to somebody and I wasn't on their board, probably wouldn't be stroking that check, right? So, I mean, so again, we'll work on it. And Councilwoman Cooper said, and I think your committee and your resolution may be the place to put that if you'll consider it. I think if you'll work on that, I think that may be the way to implement it. And I'll say for my part, I'm happy to sit down because I know, again, there's probably going to be some pushback about this, but I don't know that I care too much. So now again, I got to work with my 12 other friends up here, but I think it's probably in certain organizations and most broadly where we can. Like the airport authority has its own bucket. It's fine. Like it doesn't need us, but there are organizations that I want us to have a say. So, because again, you guys will come back from these meetings and sit down and say, what is going on? And then you don't really have a way to do it. And then we've got to spend all of our time up here on a Tuesday dealing with it when if you were a voting member, you could start to really make an impact while you're there. Kind of hopefully save some time. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you for letting me kind of go on a little bit longer. We had one friendly amendment from the administration I know that I would like to point out, which is in the first, now therefore be it resolved, it is section section 1, is the 45 calendar days, or the 30 calendar days wants to be amended to 45. We're comfortable with that on a rolling date just because we have those 3-week gaps sometimes in our meeting cycles. But we are going to have an inaugural start date that Regala will put out there. And again, this will be on the agenda at our next meeting for a vote. So if you have time or if you have thoughts, please shoot them to us and we will do our best to implement them. With that being said, yes, sir, Councilman Warren.
I think maybe everyone would like.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, by all means. You just put the Memphis City Council. That makes me happier. It's awkward for me. Good. With that being said, I'll take a vote now. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, this item passes. Any other business? Anybody have any other budget items or anything they want to talk about before we get out of here? All right. Well, no? Sure. Last chance. No, I'm just kidding. All right, we're adjourned.
You gonna call a roll and all of that? Okay. What am I opening? Good afternoon. The October 7, 2025 Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Councilman Canali, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Dr. Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Logan, and Chair Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Planning and Zoning, are you ready?
And I'm here. Councilwoman White, Walker is here.
Okay. We'll give her a moment to get logged in. Since we have attorney-client at 1:45, what we can do is we'll just bring you all back for the next council meeting. Which date would that be?
Excuse me, Thomas had something.
Oh, she was gonna hold it anyway?
That's what I was going to say. Both of them?
For both of them? Okay. So we're gonna hold those items, and that will be at the next council meeting. What date is that?
Yeah.
The 22nd? Okay, so you all can come back on the 22nd for the 21st.
Logan. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. And Chairman Canali.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on our agenda, discussion of our fiscal consent agenda, all council districts requested by myself. Anyone from the administration to speak on these items? Let me read them. Welcome. If you give us your name and title.
Alicia Harris, Deputy Director of Housing and Community Development. We are working on to address energy efficiencies. As you're probably aware, through our weatherization program, we had many deferrals. And so we have worked with TVA to create this new program to support, to address these deficiencies. These are the deferrals from our weatherization program was seeing what was prohibiting us from really executing that program efficiently. And so this contribution will help to support that. And so this is a $500,000 contribution to run for the next year, essentially, and it's for up to $25,000 per eligible home, $325,000 to address rehab and weatherization deferrals, up to $50,000 to support workforce development partnerships, up to $100,000 to provide energy efficiency measures on new construction, and $25,000 for administrative support. We also are leveraging partnerships with MoreTech, TVA's Home Uplift Program, as well as weatherization programs with Shelby County, MLG, and W. Shared Pennies, and our Green and Healthy Homes initiatives. And so this is what this is about today. And so that's it for me.
Colleagues, any questions?
Move to approve.
We don't have to vote on these, just for presentation purposes. And you can refer items 9 and 10 to your presentation from earlier. Brings us to our add-ons, and there are no add-ons. At the request of multiple council members, we have asked the Young administration to limit same-night minute requests to emergent situations to ensure all members have time to review the materials and encourage public participation. They have agreed, and there are no add-on items for today. Same-night minute items are 9, 10, and 11. Item 5 will be held until December 16, 2025. Item 22 will be held until the first meeting in January of 26. Anybody have anything else before executive? If you happen to come in contact with the Honorable Mayor Paul Young, you can wish him a happy birthday.